Hey everyone, happy Monday on the 26th of January 2026. Tonight we hope to finish up Sekiro for part number 8. Seems like there's not much left in this game from what I can tell, from what I've been told. Reminder that please no spoilers during the playthrough, and if you'd like to give tips, please wait until I ask. Another reminder, I'll be also running Bloodstained Ritual of the Night for GDQ's Back to Black next month. It's actually going to be not this weekend, but the following weekend. So check the schedule from the bot, or from the link that the bot gives. Or if you'd like to view the schedule anytime, use the command !marathon. It'll be Bloodstained Ritual of the Night randomizer and Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, any percent no 0 HP. Both of which we'll be resuming practice with after we finish this game. So look forward to it. With those out of the way, let's get to the Sekiro. I'm pretty disappointed with these consumables, to be honest. These really don't have any belonging in this game. Normally I'd be willing to ignore them, but I think in this game they actually get in the way quite a lot. Yeah, like, why are these even in the game?
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Try jumping. Oh, I couldn't jump that. So I just restart. I don't know why I couldn't jump that. Maybe I ought to jump when I'm right next to him.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
I jumped too early. All of his attacks have a lot of hits done.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
What? I don't think it's worth spending revives just yet. I highly doubt this is the only health bar we'll be seeing for this boss. Naturally. I really wish I had some Spirit Emblems left though. See it. Yeah, maybe it's okay to get a revive because I'm gonna get it back if I get the health bar away, right? If that matters. I guess it depends on whether this is the only why am I getting hit by that? It's so weird. Yeah, I'll just spend it. It's fine. Let's see. Wow. Should probably draw him out for a better spot than for me to see. I don't know if that better spot exists in this arena though. Given that the flowers and the plants are all over the arena. Yeah, I doubt I'm gonna find a better spot.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
It's so weird that I'm gonna get hit by that. Okay, so I'm gonna assume if I can't see it that it's gonna be that attack. That's safe to do. What? I didn't get my flash there. It's weird. I should see if I can parry them. I'd much rather parry it than jump. Doesn't look like the jump is as reliable as I first thought.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Okay, it's parryable, but I take damage for some reason. Oops, that was not a parryable. I mean, it was actually parryable. Anyway. Yeah, run it back, run it back. Yeah, there's no way that's it. That's how these games go.
In the end, I was powerless, but Ashina will rise once
Yeah, wait, it said Tomoe, but he never used the lightning?
surging through her veins. With this, Ashina's long night comes to an end.
Oh, this is probably gonna be gruesome. Okay, yeah, that is nasty.
Pitiful grandchild. This was your last wish.
What in the world?
To see Ashina returned from the great beyond.
What is this?
Which means Sekiro.
Wait, who is this? What?
I must destroy you.
What?
Count Sekiro.
Ishin what? What? Only has 3 health bars, man. Trial and error day, I guess. What's up, Retro Age? Anyway, never mind. I don't care. Dude, I really wish I had spirit emblems, but I can't believe that those had to be farmed. I thought I would just have them for the rest of the game, so I was just kind of spending them willy-nilly. Oh, that wasn't the sweep. Kind of sad you have to fight this boss every time.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I don't know why I'm not able to jump it anymore.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh, oops. Wasn't paying attention.
I will restore Ashina to glory. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed.
No, dude, really, really. Oh my goodness, dude. Wow, that is.
I will restore Ashina to glory. I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed. I will restore Ashina to glory.
Not paying attention. Not paying attention.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh, I can't even punish that because he's too far and my attack doesn't reach, which is hilarious. Either way, there's no point in using a revive on this guy. Not when I've basically seen nothing for the second boss.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Did you read the pin message? I'm guessing not.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Dude, I'm at the end of the game and people are still giving tips without letting me ask first. Shame on me for expecting anything different though.
Allow Ashina to be crushed.
No response, Yu-Gi-Oh moment. It's okay, I'll be nicer today. I won't time you out. But in case you did not know, this is a blind playthrough. I'm not looking for tips or backseating unless I ask. I should actually delay my wake up there. Because the timing of the attack at that spacing is going to be the same. So I can basically let him start his attack that he does while I'm down in that roll. Should work out. At worst, I'd eat like maybe a second arrow. But that's not that bad compared to eating an attack, like a melee attack. What in the world is going on? Yeah, it's really easy to build his posture. Oh my goodness, what is this? Okay. Nice. It's a new attack. Oh, that's a sweep. Right, right. Hesitation is defeat. It's funny. Welcome to the stream. I guess today no one's gonna read the pin message, huh?
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Told you, Ross. So bland, really? Ah, I canceled out his red attack. Did I confuse myself? Dang, he's a zoner? Oh yeah, that attack, true. Oh, does it? Okay, so his posture recovers pretty quickly, so... Good to know. Your blocks are fine in that. No problem. Oh, what the? Okay, I got lucky there, for sure. Oh, lucky there too. And using recovery forever there as well. Bruh, no. Okay, so that's the input read attack. You do a flask. Okay, for those of you that are tuning in right now, no spoilers, no tips unless I ask, okay? We're literally at the end of the game, I think. My goodness. If you're not sure what to say in the chat, that's not tip oriented, you know, just, it's fine to just feel free and watch. Nothing wrong with that. This stream is lurk friendly. I hope at least. Ah, that's my fault. Yeah, so there is a telegraph for that attack. I guess it's based on how long he waits before doing the attack. Is how you know which one it is. Oh, I got hit by that last attempt too. Darn it. Come on, man. Oh, I could have blasted there. fine. Why did I dodge? I knew what to do when I dodged. Just know that you can deal damage to the boss and that it will help you get its HP down to 0. Thank you for the tip. I'm afraid I wouldn't have figured that one out without your saying.
I will restore Ashina.
You're the goat for that one. Player error.
Not allow Ashina to
Why'd I do that? Why'd I do that? Why'd I do that? Oh my goodness. Gotta get a new mic stand. This one is... Actually, this might not even be realized the mic stand. This might just be my mic.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oops. I can't see it. It's probably the thrust.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Surely. What? No, I disagree, dude.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Lucky there. Dude, what am I doing? I forgot how to... Anyway.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Why did I do that? It's okay. Okay, it's okay. Man, the Demon of Hatred fight tilts me beyond belief. If not for that, I would have been potentially finishing this game on a medium note, maybe. And I don't even know if that'll even happen anymore. Kind of sad he doesn't use any lightning attacks. Or at least I haven't seen any yet.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Wuchang boss. Of course, that means that Wuchang got it from this game. Oh, he does a third attack there? There's no way. That was definitely the flask counter. There's no way he does a third attack there normally. But it was worth a shot. Trial and error, right?
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh, right. That was the first attack. It's been a while. It's been a while. Oh, he did the stance break. Stance break kill. Hey, Flask! Bro, how did I switch? Oh my goodness. That must have been an accident. I don't know when that happened, but that. No good. No good. Man, if only I had my firecracker. Make it free elo. I'm not even sure if the firecracker works on him, but I don't have the spirit emblems to be able to know. For whatever reason, they have consumables for like every little thing in this game, but not one that gives you back permanent spirit emblems, because they really want you to go and farm those enemies, right? But supposedly it's easy to get back spirit emblems anyway, so I guess they don't see the need to have consumables for it. Dude, I can't believe it either. I literally don't know how that happened. Yeah, I don't know how that happened, dude. It's tilting me because I don't want to bother going to farm, you know? Bro, I blocked that. What is this? Okay, that's new. Natch's fine, just be goated. True. True. All these auxiliary mechanics are so unnecessary anyway. They're literally not needed. They're just so that any baby can finish this game. Why did I do that? Oh, he mixed me up. Dang. That's the real answer to everything. Yeah. You don't really need all these mechanics. These skill trees, these consumables, these prosthetic tools, you don't need them. They're there for the mainstream audience folk to be able to beat it, which is fine. I think it's good for games to have outs, but I think these kinds of outs are a little bit silly and unneeded for a game like this. Hello? Can you attack? Thank you. I always get hit by that, or don't block it. I think I have to change my timing. Or I always get hit by it or block it. I should correct that.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
I still don't understand why the final boss is Ishin. Yeah, I guess I wasn't paying attention to the story anyway, so I wouldn't have understood regardless, but like, even with like a surface level paying attention, I'm surprised that he's the final boss. Doesn't really make much sense to me. It's Clown? Okay. So I'm not crazy then, right? Boss is not the GOAT. What? Huh? Huh? Okay. Did he cancel his second attack? So it just never happened? Nice. That literally made no sense, but okay. It's something like Genichiro sacrifices immortality using the power of the second mortal blade and uses said power to revive Ishin in his prime. Okay. Okay. I'm not even like, don't worry, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just like laughing at the incredulity of it. Like, it makes absolutely no sense, but all right then.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
I guess he says, I will restore Ashina to glory, but like, what the? Like, what? tilted. I'm tilted. I forgot. Yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens. You don't get long enough attempts on the second boss, so you just end up forgetting their moves. Trial and error.
I will restore us.
In his prime, he was mega goated, and I mean, he was the one that literally was like the castle was named after him or something, right? Or was it named after him, or is it named because like he's in the family? I didn't forget that, at least. Trolling. The form of, but you're not sure? Okay. Nice. So let's see what phase 2's got. What? Spear? What is going on, dude? What is going on? Huh? Huh? He has a gun? What? What? Dude, I feel like I'm just like mashing the parry button randomly. Blasted? Dude, what is going on with this boss? Okay. I probably take chip damage from that, huh? Oh, it has a retraction. Oh, okay. Yeah, nice. Nice. Oh, man. Trial and error. Trial and error. No, don't worry. I don't think the boss is bad so far, but... I'm just like, the reason I'm like laughing and so like astonished is just completely like different from the expectation. Like the fact that I'm fighting him in the first place makes no sense. And then he also just has like completely different moveset in the phase 2. And it includes a gun, like what? You got so much ore? I guess so. Third fair boss in the game. Dude, why do I keep getting hit by that? Noob. Oh, he did it. Okay. He did a different attack. I shouldn't have let him do it. I just should have interrupted. I thought he would just do the projectile. I guess I never seen that string.
I will restore Ashina.
Being an art bot, send a friend request. Discord has so many bots nowadays, it's crazy. Consequence of becoming more popular, I guess. Nice. Now we have to deal with whatever goofball nonsense is going on with this moveset. Okay, that was accidental mortal draw. Sorry. But it was funny. You can laugh. It's okay to laugh. I just have no idea what is going on at all with this moveset. Like, oh, okay. 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 Do I really want to memorize all this, or should I just bash my head in his face or whatever? I feel like the choice is obvious. Just mash buttons and occasionally mash the parry button. You weren't gonna you weren't gonna parry it anyway, so might as well mash it. That kind of boss. No. What? Okay. I mean, I did press the attack button, but why did it come out so much later? Like, I had already input dodge by that time.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
What? Yeah, I guess I was asleep. The deathblow window is so short. Speedrunning. Huh. Okay. Okay. Okay, nice. It's 2 thrust. Sure. Whatever. What in the world, dude? Oh, you can hit me through the wall, can't you? Might as well get to full health. Okay, so you're forced to interact with the attack. You can't interrupt him. Stop backing away, dude. Okay.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Allow Ashina to be crushed. Sekiro.
What? What? Is he trolling? Do I have to hit him in order to get him into phase transition? Bruh. What? Okay. Alright, sure, whatever. Fine. That is so troll. Get knowledge checked, I guess. Glad you can parry that. Huh? 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 Man. That's so sad. That other death I took as he went into phase 2. Get bodied.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Stop running away. Oh, why did I do that? Oh. I knew it was going to happen and still did that. Okay, I get it. I get it. You're funny. You're funny.
Now my blood boy.
I did a block. Oops. It's another attack to learn.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Sekiro.
Bruh. Okay. Sure.
Now my blood boy.
What? Wow. That's a sweep. Body. Did a back jump. I thought he was gonna jump and slam down the spear. I can't believe you have to attack him to get him to switch movesets.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
silly. Dude, huh? Okay. Oh, we did that one. Okay, oops. Imagine mistiming that. Oh my goodness. Probably even attack him during it.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed. Sekiro.
Okay. Wait. Oh, I got posture broken. Okay. Oh, wait, what?
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
No way, dude. I still got hit by that, dude. That's insane. Oh my goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ah, I saw it, but jumped too late.
I will restore Ashina to glory. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed. Sekiro.
Oh, I got lucky, but still did something silly. Oh, it was that.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
That's don't do not disturb. Sorry about that. That was from me. So don't be alarmed if you heard that Discord ping. Oh, I blocked, so we got posture broken. Ay, ay, ay. Starting to make more mistakes on phase 1 now, so I should probably take a break. Wow, dude, that's hilarious. Oh, you can sweep there. Okay.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
That sucks. Made no progress on the boss, basically. Stop backdashing. Okay, so that's not a good idea. I hate when that happens. Oh my goodness. Not happy with that at all. Wow. No, I dashed. Oh, right, I forgot. It would have hit me on the retraction anyway. I should have just gone for the counter. Yeah, if I didn't go out of my way for all this HP, like a lot of these things are just one shot. Not sure how to feel about that. What? You're kidding me, dude. Yeah, I'm fine with that. But dude, that was so silly. Got collision blocked.
I will restore Ashina to glory. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed. Sekiro.
Dude, throwing. Wow. I missed that, bro. Okay, lucky. Wow. There, but that first death was really bad. Phase 1 was just not good enough.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Bruh. Come on. Okay, that's fine.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Will not allow Ashina to be crushed. Count Sekiro.
Bro. Okay. Thank you, Miyazaki. Oh my dude. I'm being so trolled.
Now my blood boil.
Wow. Okay, that last attack was my fault, but
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Dude, oh my. What? What? Why did it unlock on there? Not my fault. Dude, this game is driving me crazy.
I will restore Ashina to glory. I will not allow Ashina to be crushed. Sekiro.
Thank you. Oh yeah, that reached pretty far. Okay. It's fine. What is going on? What is going on? What's that? Fourth one? Dude, I don't want to have to fight the jank for this boss too. I've thought we would have gotten rid of all of that by now with the Demon of Hatred.
I will restore Ashina to glory. I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Oh yeah, posture bro. Dude, the worst part of this phase is like legit the part where you have to chase him in the beginning of the phase. That is actually the worst part. Okay. All right. All right. I kind of ran away too much. Oh, I couldn't dodge. I don't want to waste my revive on this attempt. This was pretty bad. The third revive, that is.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
I always get hit by that. Oh, 'cause I didn't parry, I didn't have advantage when I attacked there. Oh, dude, you're kidding me, right? At least I wasn't posture broken from that, but that was still pretty bad. Huh? Huh? Okay. blocking it instead of parrying it. Take a waste. What in the world is going on? Oh, so now it's a party game. Oh, I have to dodge the lightning. Oh my goodness. It's peak. We got a new foe that's joined the battlefield. I'll spend it just to get more info. Interesting. Couldn't see what he did, so I just did a side dodge just in case. I did one extra attack. So yeah, I died. Alright, phase 3 is a little silly, but it doesn't seem that bad. Close. Yeah.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
This is actually the worst part. Okay, we're good now. Dude, that attack where he like pounds the ground and makes the dust, it is worse for that attack to miss you than for it to be blocked. That is how insane the jank in this game is. Like this, because you can't see. Oh my goodness. It's awesome. And sometimes he just does it like by itself, and then sometimes he'll do, I'm not even sure if it's like the follow-up attack only happens if you don't parry the first one. But if that's the case, like that's horrible. Because sometimes it's not even your fault that the attack misses. It's just an elevation thing. Or like a distance thing. I mean, the distance thing can be your fault for sure. but the elevation thing is not really your fault. That's still good. What?
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Oh my goodness. Why did it unlock on there, huh? How did I miss that? I probably should have dodged. I might have been able to dodge there. Huh? Oh, he went right into his next string because I got hit by the other stuff. Oh my goodness.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Too bad I only knew about that this late in the game because it was a random tooltip. Helps a ton for making this faster. Nope, okay. Oh, I got hit. I didn't realize. Oh, nice. The dust scared it. I guess I'll have to get better at parrying that. Memorize the rhythm game. It's been only 2 hours, surprisingly. It's felt like longer.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Allow Ashina to be crushed. Count Sekiro.
Huh? Okay. The game works. The game works. Skill issue, right? What? What are you doing? Huh? Oh, that's awful if he can do that. Because I can't see it then. Oh my goodness. This boss? Oh, not dude. This boss is not even the issue. It's just the general from soft jank. What? Huh? What is going on, dude? I actually just don't get it. Okay, that's my fault. Oh well. Oh, barely dodged that one. Oh my goodness. Phase 2 is actually like interacting so badly with the jank. I think I might just go for the parry is so much worse when you know that it's a thrust coming. So I feel like I don't know. It's just nonsensical that
I will restore Ashina to glory.
they didn't prioritize the Mikiri counter as much, given the input it has in the situations that it would trigger in.
Not allow Ashina to be crushed. Count Sekiro. Now my blood boils. Hasten, Sekiro.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting hit by that. Yep. Okay. Come on.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed. Count Sekiro.
Huh? Okay. The controller, I guess, dropped inputs briefly. Okay, nice. What? Wait, what? Was it because I did a dodge and I couldn't parry during the dodge window? Because all I was trying to do was gap close. That's why I hate it when you have to chase the boss around and stuff. Okay, nice. True. Yep, naturally. The attack he did whiffs, and I should just expect it to whiff. I don't know. Whatever. It's not like he was that far away.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Okay, whatever.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Oh, oops.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Can't figure out why I'm not able to parry the fifth attack. Literally consistently not parrying it.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not able to. Oops, jumped the wrong way. Too late. Yeah, you can't jump kick the bosses unless you basically dodge them already. Okay. Oh, he has another attack after that. Okay. 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 It's peak, dude. It's peak. The game just works sometimes. Just gonna get to full health. What? Dude, difficulty due to jank. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is the Mercury counter just supposed to be like inconsistent, like inherently, or what? Like, am I rolling dice every time I try to use it?
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Fortunate there. Hey, what's up, Bravo? Thanks. What? Dude, the game just works. The game just works. this. Whatever. Don't attack there because needing to dodge in order to close the gap before you attack is just, you give away your advantage, I guess. I don't even know if it's advantage. Sometimes when I close the gap, he does the slowest attack, so I can instantly attack into parry soon enough. And sometimes he's already attacked by the time I, like, well before I press my attack, so I've already committed. And I'm just bodied, you know?
Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Count Sekiro.
Oops. Oh, he does the third, yeah, if your posture broken. It's- Stop backstepping, oh my goodness. Oh, I forgot to attack.
Oh, my blood boy. Face me, Sekiro.
Oh my goodness. Ah, okay, yeah. It was hard to see what attack it was, but that was still my fault at the end of the day. But I don't know if what put me in that situation was necessarily my fault, but whatever. Okay. Sure. Dude, the game just works. Get my fault there, whatever. But the game just works, dude.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed.
Okay. 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 Oh, yeah, I dodged it early.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Yeah, I feel like I always get a block there. Is it just not parryable? Do any of you know that the attack is not parryable?
I will restore Ashina to glory. Not allow Ashina to be crushed. Count Sekiro.
None of you know. On Genichiro, so the first part of this fight, he has a 6 attack string. I'm wondering if the 5th attack in that string is parryable, because I keep getting blocked for it, and I keep adjusting the timing a little bit, and it seems to come out as block every time. I've tried doing it both earlier and later. It's not possible to deflect it. Ah, okay, that's why. That would explain it, thanks. So I guess you just need to make sure not to have a full posture bar for that attack, otherwise you're just in trouble. Timing is sus? Well, that doesn't make me feel better at all. Dang. Have you gotten it consistently before, Ross? It's deflectable with the timing is sus? Have you gotten it consistently before? What is he doing? What is he doing? Dude, this boss is just, I'm just so done, man. Oh, I did not need to do that. I don't know why I did that. If you're at an angle to Genichiro, it makes the timing better. Dude, I've legit like been losing my mind over not being able to get the parry for that. Losing my mind inside. You have? Okay. So when you were learning this boss, like what adjustment did you make to like figure out that you can parry it? Like were you noticing that you were too early on the parry or too late most of the time? on.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
Not sure. Okay. So you just got the timing eventually. What's? I don't even know how I got it there, dude. Just practice until you got it down. Okay, I don't have that luxury. Like, I'm trying to finish the game. I can't really practice this fight exactly. Okay, that's mine. Oh, I got posture broken, really? Blocked. Ah. Can't see, can't see. So I guess if you can't see, you just run away, right? Boss with 6 phases. It's like one boss with 1 phase, and then this boss with 3 phases. And phase 2 is just the most obnoxious thing on planet Earth because of the game's jank. Phase 3, I think I've gone to only twice, or maybe 3 times actually, but I don't remember anymore. Like, dude, there's so many opportunities to deal posture damage to him. I'm losing because the game just decides to like put my collision off axis so my Mercury counter doesn't come out instead of like doing it properly. Because I'm not mistiming it for sure. It's not an issue of mistiming. It's definitely like a, oh, you're like a pixel off axis, so we're not going to give it to you. For whatever reason. Wow! Okay. Alright. Dude, the worst thing about this boss is legit, like, chasing after it backsteps. And that's like the worst thing about every boss in this game, to be honest, but this boss especially. What? Forgot to dodge. I didn't need to run away because I forgot about that because it's been so long. Okay, nice unlock on. Anyway. Oh, nice. I got mixed up. I guess there's no reason not to just press it twice there. This game is pretty generous with letting you release the block button and still get a parry if you press it like shortly afterwards.
I will restore Ashina
Thank
to
you.
glory.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just tilted. I'm so ready to be done with this game. But now I'm getting the 5th one, but not the 6th one. Want to change your username to something Wuthering Waves related? Is that your favorite game right now? Oh, nice. Okay. Ah, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Okay. 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 Nice. Literally unseeable. Okay, yeah, I was greedy there, but alright. Dude, the camera, they just don't fix it on purpose. BRB, no problem. No problem.
I will restore Ashina to glory.
I've forgotten the timing for the 6th attack now. Okay. Oops. Wow, I was in dodge recovery. Oh my goodness, dude. Wow, I didn't. I guess he doesn't always do the slice attack when you enter the phase transition, which is yet another frustrating factor. Because you have to trial and error for several attempts to even be able to figure that out.
I will restore Ashina to glory. Allow Ashina to be crushed.
Count Sekiro.
Is it blocked? Ah.
My blood boils.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, how did that miss? Oh my goodness. What's up, Tad for mine? I gotta call you by your new username now. Mornier. Is that how you want me to call it? Oh, why did dude, I meant to do Flask and I did parry instead. Old username's fine? Okay, thanks. Oh, wait, that attack. What? Dude, this game. Oh, I didn't see the sweep. But it's good to know it's possible for him to do it, because I honestly wasn't expecting it, so. Go.
Do it. Well done, Sekiro. Farewell.
Dragon Flash. Let's go. Retirement home. It was up, Storm Claymore. Gauntlet of Strength. Back to Slovenia. Name change was a catalyst to my success.
I am at your side. Take the dragon tears.
Clean plays. Ishin is tough. Thanks. Got good.
My sworn shinobi. Now. Sever these ties of immortality.
Boss tier list. Yeah. We're gonna do. If this is indeed the end, we're gonna do boss tier list and verbal review. Hey, Frafra. Boss tier list will be awesome. Yeah. Awesome, alright. Awesome because the bosses are awesome, or awesome because opinions are awesome? Which one, I wonder?
I think it is best that you have this.
Concept is awesome. Yeah, I think that's I figured that's what you meant. Yeah. Attain the immortal severance ending. Okay. All right, GG's. All right, I don't really need time to gather thoughts. My thoughts were pretty well collected by the time we got to Owl. Sorry for the brief freeze. I need to pull up my notes. Been taking notes after each session. Okay. Hopefully it's not frozen anymore. I don't know why it does that every time you click off the game. Are the credits skippable? I guess I should check. They are? Okay, oops. Sorry. Wait, can I go back into my save without doing playthrough 2? Oh. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. All right. Okay, whatever. All right. We can just talk about it right now. I should have let the credits play. I didn't expect it to be skippable. But yeah, there's a lot to talk about, but I won't actually go for long about talking about it because I think most of it is pretty evident from thoughts I expressed throughout the playthrough. And I did mention that I'm gonna hold thoughts until the end, but again, I think what there is to be said can be said concisely. So out of the From Software games I've played, which has just been Dark Souls 3 and maybe the first couple hours of Bloodborne, in this game, of course, I would say this is the most matured From Software game. In perhaps the most polished, just in terms of, you know, the game functioning. It's the most polished. However, do note that those two games are what I would consider to be measured against a low standard, because From Software's games are pretty consistently like non-functioning in some basic regards, especially with what the game requires of you, or I shouldn't say requires of you, expects of you. You know, you're expected to not make too many mistakes, right? Because, you know, mistakes can be costly, like you'll die, or in this game you get posture broken, or, you know, if you make a mistake with like consumables, you lose the consumable, or, you know, if you die, then you lose the money. Or in the case of Dark Souls, you die and you have to corpse run. If you can't get back to your corpse, you lose all your souls, which is tied to everything, not just money, right? Not just what you spend on stuff, but it's how you reinforce your character. Things like that, right? So essentially what I'm saying is the punishment factor is pretty high, right? For games with like a high degree of punishment, I feel like it's also reasonable to expect the same level of what we'll call tightness from the game. Tightness meaning the game should make it very clear how to not just recover from mistakes, but minimize mistakes. And the process of minimizing mistakes should be within the player's control as they get more familiar with the game, as they get more comfortable with the game, right? That's what I would call like a tight game, right? And a lot of people would say like fair to explain the same thing, but I don't like the word fair because in general, a lot of the perception of fairness of a game can easily be like, you can get, as the player, you can get comfortable playing in a certain way, and then if that certain way doesn't work, you could just say, oh, the game's not fair, right? And I feel like that's where things are a little, you know, like you can just say, oh, that's not fair if something doesn't go your way, pretty much, right? If you're trying to force like a play style, right? Like in this game, if you try to force like a button mashing style and then the button mashing gets punished, you could say, oh, that's not fair, which is why I don't like using that word. But if the mechanics are tight, then things are like very clear. There's like a high amount of clarity, right? When, oh, if you did this and it ended up resulting in negative consequences, then you can say like, okay, I need to do something else that is like the polar opposite maybe to avoid those consequences. And that's like what we would say is a tight gameplay. If the thing that you need to do in order to avoid those consequences is not consistent, then we would say that's not tight gameplay, because that's by its very nature just like a punishing game, right? If something you do results in negative consequences and it's not like entirely your fault, or it's like kind of high variance in whether it results in consequences or not, like, you know, let's say a boss has like a random attack pattern, and the attack pattern that randomly can happen is not able to be accounted for in the dodges that you can do, or in terms of the attacks you're landing on the boss, then I would say like the gameplay there is not tight, right? But anyway, I just want to establish that. So right off the bat, this game is more polished than the other From Software games I've played, but again, the standard's pretty low. I don't really feel like it's polished to a high enough degree for me to respect this game that much more than the other two From Software games I've played. And even for this game being more polished, I felt like I still enjoyed the couple hours of Bloodborne I played more than the entirety of this game. The ways in which I feel like this game is more matured and more polished: one, this game has a lot minimal trolling. Like, if you compare it even to Dark Souls 3, any section of Dark Souls 3, and just Dark Souls in general, like the amount of trolling in that game, it's meant to make you feel like the consequences. Like, eventually on your first playthrough, you're going to feel the negative consequences because they've spent time to implement those negative consequence mechanics, right? So they want you to experience it when you're doing your first playthrough. This game minimizes it a lot and focuses more so on making sure that, or not making sure, it focuses more so on, like, you know, whether the player is able to grasp the basic mechanics, right? The basic mechanics of this game being, you know, your attack, your parry / block, and your dodge, right? Those are like the I guess the triangle mechanics. And your entire goal in this game is to like deal the full length of the posture bar so that you can get the free death blow. And on regular enemies, if you can use the stealth they've built correctly, then you don't need to do anything with the posture and you just like instant kill them, right? Which we'll get to that later. But point being, like, if you can grasp those mechanics and use them and leverage them to their maximum capability, then you'll do quite well in this game, which is something that is not necessarily present in Dark Souls or Bloodborne. I mean, Bloodborne kind of has that a little bit too, but not as much present in Dark Souls. Dark Souls is like a game where even if you're maybe even if you're like proficient, quote unquote, which, you know, the mechanics in Dark Souls are a lot simpler anyway, but if you're proficient in like the execution but don't have like the knowledge checks of like what's going to happen with the trolling and stuff, then you'll still get bodied, right? Whereas in this game, you know, the minute you know the execution, the minute you understand the mechanics, even when there's like a knowledge check that comes up, like, you'll be able to compose yourself and hopefully get through it more smoothly than like a Dark Souls game. So all of this is to say this game is like a lot more matured in that regard. Because the trolling is minimized, the amount of times where you're like punished without doing anything wrong is a lot fewer than what would be in like a Dark Souls game. That being said, I do think because this game by its very nature has a lot tighter mechanics, the jank when it comes up, the impolish when it comes up, feels a lot worse. And it's not because you're punished harder, it's because you know that you're like proficient in what the game is asking of you, and then it still fights against you with like the impolish, right? And that's to me the bulk of my frustration towards the tail end of the playthrough. And then we'll talk about pretty soon the frustration during my beginning of the playthrough pretty soon. But yeah, I felt like that's where I was a little bit more annoyed with the fact that this game still has some basic and polish, like just basic stuff, right? Like if you're against a wall, right, this stuff happens, right? And you can't really see bosses as easily. Go back, and any of you that want to watch like the playthrough, different parts of the playthrough again, go back and watch the part 6. Part 7 playthrough where I fought Demon of Hatred, or go back and watch the what's it called, the Shichiman Warrior part. I don't remember which part that was, but both of those fights had some instances where you literally could not see what the boss is doing, because for whatever reason From Software just cannot like they're just incapable of implementing a camera where the terrain, like if your camera is like basically against the border of against the bounds, right? Like against the boundaries of the area that you're in. I don't understand why they just don't make this terrain transparent and have the camera positioned like slightly out of the bounds so you can at least see what's going on. Walls are the real bosses. Yeah, dude, walls are the real bosses in these games. Like it's just unbelievable how many times, like obviously you don't want to be near the wall, right? Like you can simply say, oh, just don't be near the wall. But sometimes it's not even your fault that you're near the wall. Sometimes in order to deal damage to the boss, because the boss is just like randomly backdashed or randomly jumped across the screen towards the wall, if you want to deal damage to the boss, you have to go chase it down to the wall, right? And then suddenly they do an attack and you can't even see what's going on. Like that sort of thing is just unacceptable for a AAA game and for a game that got Game of the Year. Like From Software doesn't have to implement good camera because they feel like that's part of the difficulty, right? Like the reputation of these games is like, oh, they're difficult. So why bother fixing a basic feature of a 3D game when it can be perceived as an extra dimension of difficulty by not fixing it, right? Like this sort of thing is just nonsensical. And I feel like every time it happens, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how proficient you are in the game. If you're in this situation, you're just going to get bodied. And I guess you can just counter that with saying, oh yeah, just don't chase the boss in that situation. But that is like counteractive to the whole point of the game, which is to deal damage to the boss or deal damage to the posture, right? Like it's not your fault. It shouldn't have to be your fault that the boss decided to just like jump over to the wall and you basically just have to wait it out for it to get away from the wall so you can actually deal damage to its posture bar again. Because the time when you're not dealing damage to it, the posture bar is going back down. It's not, again, those things are not the player's fault. The boss AI just sometimes decides to do that and there's nothing you can do about it. So again, things like that. And there's other examples, like the camera being against the wall is just one of them. The other stuff is like when you're locked on. When I'm locked on to the enemy, I expect it to stay locked on, right? Sometimes this game decides, oh, no, the player's not going to possibly see what's going on, so we're going to unlock the camera. Like, there's no excuse for that. Like, if I'm locked on, I want to stay locked on, right? Especially if, not just like stay locked on, but I want to see what the boss is doing. Like, even if the boss is like, let's say on the right side of the screen here, like while I'm still locked onto it, I still want to see it, right? It's not like the camera needs to like, you know, jump suddenly between different positions of the screen in order to keep track of the boss, which is, I'm assuming, why they sometimes unlock on without your expressed intent. But those sorts of things are just completely unacceptable for a game that is supposed to have tight mechanics, right? Not just tight mechanics, but also, you know, has sometimes low margin for error. Like where, you know, mistakes can be costly or where the punishment factor can be high, right? I do expect a certain degree of like respect for a player's progress in working around, like, you know, the potential things that push against the player from making the progress. Anyway, I think I've belabored my point. Basically camera stuff is what I'm talking about for InPolish. There are some other things though. So those are like the basic things. Like I think those are just functional things that constitute whether the game actually just like works or the game holds up. Now there are some other things that are like more opinionated, and I think different people will be bothered by this to different degrees. Personally, I'm not far enough over the line to enjoying this game to not be bothered by these things. So that is why I feel like these are pretty strong negatives for me playing this game. So when I first started out this game, right away I noticed that there's a lot of like text they give you like through a tooltip on the screen, and you've got that one chance to read the tooltip, and after you read that tooltip it goes away, right? And people will say, oh, if you ever need to like access the information again, you just go over here, right, and you fight this guy. But this guy doesn't actually have all the information available that you can read back on. In fact, sometimes the information that is available will be available later on in the game as a repeated tooltip that you just have to like hopefully look out for. And by then you probably will have figured it out already. But even if you figured out something in this game, I think having a simple like glossary or access to like an encyclopedia of terms in this game is fine. Like anytime the player wants to reference it. Like obviously, and it's clear to me from from the excuse me, from the way From Software makes their games. They make your games to cultivate a community that can like build the information for themselves, like make the wikis, make the tutorials for videos, you know, all those sorts of things, right? So I guess they don't feel the need to put the information in game, but the basic information that you give in tooltips should be accessible one more time, I feel like. There are so many things that I wanted like a more precise understanding of that wasn't given in anything that I could look back on from the menus. And it wouldn't have been available from this training dummy NPC either. Because the things that you can review with this training dummy NPC are like extremely primitive things. They're not really specifics that you can gain from that NPC. So how do you make up for this, right? If you forget something, I guess if you're not streaming or not recording, get bodied, right? Because you can't look back at anything that that they say in the tooltip otherwise, or hope that it shows up in a loading screen, which is completely just baffling to be doing in 2019. Like sure, in 2006, fine, whatever, but 2019, that's just ridiculous. So your alternative is just trial and error, the things that you might have missed in a tooltip or whatever, and you know. If even it's given in the tooltip at all. There was one thing early on that I am so glad I caught notice of right away, which is about the holding the blocking, reducing your posture buildup. If not for that, I would have been in so much worse positions during idle time and engagements. And engagements being not just mini boss fights, not just regular enemy engagements, but major boss fights as well. Like knowing about this like gives you something that you can do during the idle time of being spaced from the boss, because otherwise, you know, you're just sitting there like a lone duck, and you're you know, highly susceptible to a lot of bad things if your posture buildup is pretty high in that situation. Other things early game, right? I noticed that stealth was going to be pretty prominent, and I've never played a game that I felt had well implemented stealth, but I feel like stealth is something that's just hard to implement inherently. Like, how do you make good stealth, right? Theoretically, you make it like puzzle oriented where the player has to figure out something using the mechanics in the game, but those end up being pretty on rails at the end of it. On rails meaning like, you know, you basically have one solution, and you know, if the player messes it up, oftentimes these kind of games would just instant kill you, right? This game doesn't have that, but instead it has the Metal Gear Solid-esque alert thing going on with enemies. And my goodness, the enemies in this game are incredibly dumb when it comes to detection. I don't know why they even bothered implementing stealth in this game. It's kind of pointless. Like, they have such a cool combat Metal Gear Arc. No. They have such a cool combat system going on here, which I'm not going to explain really in this verbal review, but you know, you guys already get it, right? Like the parry system, the idea of building up posture, the idea of dealing vitality damage to make it so that the posture recovery from enemies is slower. So that allows for a different dimension of strategies, especially when it comes to bosses like the first Corrupted Monk. Because, you know, a boss like that recovers its posture pretty quickly normally, but then once you deal more vitality damage, you can start make posture build up your win condition. And it just offers like different angles to take when you're in combat games in general. Right, but then the stealth just completely gets in the way of that, I feel like. Not only is it just completely, like, just baffling how dumb the enemies are, but it's also just boring. Like, I can't tell you how many times I'm like, man, walking behind this enemy and one-shotting it is just, like, such a snooze fest. Like, I wish I could just actually, like, hack and slash the enemies multiple enemies at once. But doing that in this game is such a disaster, because you're not really well equipped to handle multiple enemies at once in this game. So they really shove down your throat the idea of stealth killing these enemies, and the very deliberately rolled out red carpet that they give you to walk near the enemies. Like, my goodness, dude. So many times the enemies are like positioned, like literally I can explain the arrangement of enemies like in this exact area. You have one guy camped up looking at these bamboo trees. You have another guy in this corner staring at these beautiful idol patterns, you know? And then you have one guy like who's looking in the direction of this box. And then you have an archer that's like camped up at the top here, but can't see a thing for his life. And then basically what you do is you walk behind the archer, because you know the archer is looking like that way, so he can't see anything if you crouch behind him like this. You kill him, the other guys don't notice anything, then you just walk behind them and kill them one by one, right? Like that is literally like the majority of the stealth arrangements in this game. And it's not even like there's no strategy behind it. There's nothing really well thought out at all. They give you the most blatantly obvious paths that you can choose to you know, walk along like the bushes or walk out of the line of sight of these enemies, which isn't great to begin with, and then you just kill them, one shot them. And not only is it just like boring, but it like, I don't understand why they would have it in the game. It like actively takes away from the sick combat system that they have, because you're, instead of going for the actual combat that's in this game, you're just one-shotting the enemies with like barely any strategy involved. Like, I just don't get it. And that being like my experience for like the majority of the first 20 hours of the game, I just could not believe it. I'm like, how do people like this game? And apparently the route I had was such that I wouldn't experience the so-called peak of this game until 20 hours in, which I think is silly. Like the fact that they allow you to do it is goes to show, right? Yeah, the stealth was bad, and the exploration, while I enjoyed looking for several off paths in the areas I went to, I kind of noticed in the back of my mind that just like there was never great rewards from it. Like all the rewards from the exploration are like, you know, some, you know, ephemeral consumable that you can only really make good use of once you actually are proficient in the game. Like none of these consumables are really like, I guess some of them are, like some of them are just completely bonkers, and we'll get to that in a second. And the other ones are just like, why would I bother using this rather than just like getting more proficient in the actual gameplay, right? I really don't understand why they have these in the game. They're just a distraction, in my opinion. They don't serve like a meaningful purpose or addition to what this game has going on, especially in its combat system and its boss design. I feel like it actively works against the idea of, you know, figure out and muscle through the challenges that you're encountering so that you can overcome them with, you know, the mechanics that were emphasized in this game. Like a lot of these consumables are built to ignore the process of learning these things, which to me was like completely contradictory, right? Like people say this is a good game, and then you have these consumables. Like, come on now. And then don't get me started on the concept, the presence of nonsense like divine confetti, which is like basically a hard knowledge check. Like, do you know that this consumable exists? If you do, then these bosses that you're using it against will just become completely trivial. And if you don't, then they'll become borderline impossible, right? Borderline. And for the bosses that it's not impossible for, it'll take you several hours of attempts to whittle down their HP bar. And it's not even an interesting engagement when you're not using this. You would think like, oh, if I don't use this, it becomes harder, right? No. It doesn't become harder. It becomes more tedious. It becomes more of a laborious process of getting the boss's health bar down, because they take basically no damage or no posture. So you have to rely on damage, and damage in this game for most cases is not viable in isolation as a win condition against like bosses, you know. Anyway, I'm getting off track. The exploration is just yikes. And the fact that these consumables are the rewards most of the time just leads me to believe that they just couldn't figure out what to make as an interesting like level, you know. They couldn't figure out how to convince the player to like explore the world beyond like the exploring the world for the sake of it, right? For the sake of immersion. So they just put these random consumables as, you know, leftovers from previous From Software games, you know, Dark Souls games, Bloodborne, blah, blah, blah. And it feels completely out of place, especially given that this game supposedly removes a lot of the RPG elements that the Souls games would have had. Baffling. The fact that these consumables are gone after you die, like, I think that's the main issue, which is what compelled me to like really never use these, is that if you die, the consumables that you used, you don't get them back, right? And by the way, I have no problem with that in a vacuum, but in a game like this, it makes even less sense for these consumables to even be in the game when this is the case. Like, I'm only going to be using these when I absolutely know what I'm doing, and when I know what I'm doing, the game is already like doable enough where I don't need these. So it's like it's a catch-22 at that point. And the fact that if you try to use these during engagements, like there were several times I was using the pellets or using okay, I didn't really use the other, or no, I used the oil in the early game. I was using the pellets or I was using the oil, and I would mess it up, or like I would get a bad attempt, and then I would not have these anymore, right? And I would have had to refarm these manually if I really wanted to make use of the oil or the pellets even more. Thankfully, enemies drop these in plentiful amounts, but why is it even a thing that you have to farm these enemies if you want to get them back? Like, the idea of farming in this game makes absolutely no sense to me. Like, I guess it's just like a means of, you know, giving another incentive to actually kill the enemies beyond your first playthrough. Because I really don't see any incentive otherwise. Like, a lot of these sections are so blandly designed that I see no reason not to just skip past everything in a future playthrough if I were to do one. And it's further highlighted by the fact that there's no incentive to really engage with these boring enemies apart from the fact that they have potentially these consumable drops. Normal game, they're kind of sus. You saved consumables for gauntlets when they're infinite. Yeah, it's just baffling. Like, so what my feedback, which obviously I don't, you know, I doubt they're gonna listen to this, but my feedback is to remove all of this consumable garbage from a future Souls game that From Software makes. Remove all of this. Like, don't even put it in the game. So that way people really get good. Like, all these people are saying, oh, get good, get good. This is where you really have to get good. No consumable baby backup. None of this to fall back on when you're in trouble and you don't know what to do, or when there's like some hard knowledge check they want to implement in the game because they hate blind playthrough players. None of this. Remove all of this and make it pure combat gameplay, like they seem to have intended for this game, but just fell short of it in my opinion. That way, like, you can actually have some tighter and more focused things for the player to actually like get better at and overcome the challenges that they encounter. All right, anyway, so one thing I actually thought was kind of cool was the prosthetics. I don't have enough. Okay, you know what? I'll just buy them right now. Do I have money? Okay, it doesn't matter. Oh no, actually, I see. Oh, I don't even have money. Okay, whatever. The spirit emblems and the prosthetics, I actually think are very cool. Most of them are not great, and out of the ones that I tried using at least, but I think conceptually it's cool, right? My problem is that there's no reason for these spirit emblems to be ephemeral. Like, why in the world do I have to go back and like farm the enemies? Again, like, it just goes back to what I was saying about the consumables. Why do I have to go back and farm these? There's literally no reason not to. Like, if you really think it's that big of an issue for the player to like spam these without any recourse, then just make it a limited quantity for every, like, you know, how to say it, like between each rest, just make it a limited quantity. That way the player has to like go back to the save point to recover them, and then they can move forward, right? Or if you really feel like it would be that big of a deal or that big of an issue if the player had as much access to these as they wanted, then just make these weaker, because the firecracker is unbelievably good. Like, I could not find any enemy in the game except for Guardian Ape 2, and of course I didn't use it on the final boss, but that's besides my point. There was no enemy that was like not affected by this in some substantial way that made it like it was just so free, right? Some of these other ones are, I'm sure they're good too, but point being, like, it's cool, but then just immediately ruined by the spirit emblems being ephemeral. I'm supposed to get enough in the end game for just killing each enemy once, and that's the baffling part. I ran out because I skipped entire Fountainhead Palace, basically. Yeah, this system is like halfway there, the prosthetic arts, and then just ruined by the spirit limbs being ephemeral. I'm sure there are other good ones, but I really didn't feel the need to experiment with them because this one was just good. I mentioned about the enemies being boring. I mean, yeah, they feel like fodder. I guess late game, the enemies were a bit of a threat, but even then, like by late game, you're not really convinced that you should engage with enemies for the most part, so you just start skipping stuff. The rewards for killing enemies are, you know, you get money, you get their drop sometimes, but since it's only sometimes, they try to use the sometimes idea to get some usage out of another consumable or out of another system where you can increase your drop rate, which is like, bruh, like why do we have all these garbage RPG mechanics in the game that add nothing of value at all, in my opinion? Like you can literally remove these and it'd make no difference. All it would do is affect the speedrun and affect people's New Game Plus playthroughs probably, and that's it. And for those people, it shouldn't matter that much because they played the game, they've experienced the game, they're hopefully good enough to be able to deal with the things that are in this game without needing those consumables and stuff. And the only other reason the consumables serve is just potential hard knowledge checks that they can include in the game, which is just silly. Yeah, but the enemies are just completely fodder for the most part. Like they're stealth fodder, or they're just button mash until their posture bar increases and then you kill them. Only a few enemies actually have a couple super armor attacks where, oh, you have to like parry a little bit, and then otherwise you just button mash and they die. I don't know how they would have changed it though, to be honest. Like, I think maybe just having fewer enemies, to be honest, until maybe mid late game or something, just to have like a narrative tie-in. You personally hate how Divine Confetti works in the game, or at least it's sourced for the most part of the game. Like, you mean like the enemies it drops from? I never engaged with it, but I already knew it was garbage. Just the minute I understood how the drops were being produced and stuff, and the fact that you can only hold like X amount until you get these from storage. Like, bro, what in the world? What in the world? Like, what? Why? Anyway, I think I've rambled enough about the consumables. This game has a lot of save points. Is this a good thing? I'm not sure. I think in a game like this, it's quite a surprise to me that there's this many save points, but I'm not complaining, right? I'm just surprised, pretty much. That's it. But it's worth pointing that out because I did have that in my notes. Oh my goodness, early game. The mini bosses. The mini bosses in this game were never like too dire of a challenge, I guess. Maybe except for the guy that's pretty big and he's drinking the whatever he's drinking and he spits out the poison thing. And he has the big like pirate sword. Like that guy definitely felt pretty threatening. But I feel like every other mini boss in this game is like filler basically, for the most part. And then in order to make them supposedly hard, or in order to, you know, make it so that the player has to spend a little bit of time getting past the obstacle, they just surround them with like 50 billion enemies that you have to go and stealth kill. And then after you stealth kill them is when you get the actual attempt on the mini boss. It's just so silly, man. And also, like, I think I don't think, here's how basically, for the mini bosses, remove all the enemies surrounding them, and then make it so that you cannot deathblow any mini boss. Just let the player engage with the mini boss, like just head on, right? And maybe if you want to add like an element of, oh, you know, this mini boss has some minions, then maybe you just have a few guys that pop out after you walk up to the mini boss and aggro him, but not this, oh, you have to do the stealth mini game every single time you want to get an attempt on the mini boss. It's just laborious and tiresome. Complete, like, and again, anything involving the stealth, I'm just inherently against, because it just actively works against the good things in this game I feel are present, you know. So basically every single mini boss in the early game, I'm talking the entirety of Harada Estate, I'm talking the initial area of Ashina Castle, I think it was the outskirts, yeah, basically the outskirts, and then the Senpo Temple had some pretty dumb mini bosses except for the one that had the gimmick where you have to push it off. I actually thought that one was fine. I was laughing about the fact that you had to push it off, but that's the kind of mini boss I would prefer, where it guards like the next section of progress that you need to go to. I'm fine with that. But the stuff like at the end of Hirata Estate and like the couple of Ashina Outskirts mini bosses that were surrounded, and then there was one like Ashina Castle that had like 7 guys around him or something. Like, dude, it's just very unfun. Very unfun. And then after you kill the minions, then the mini boss itself is just very uninteresting. Like, it doesn't really have a fleshed out moveset. It's some, you know, maybe at best the mini boss will have a couple attacks that are like and then it'll like instantly land its sword on you, you know, like it'll have a couple of like fake outs. And speaking of which, this game has a lot of death baiting for a game that's supposed to be about like using your instincts and knowing the mechanics well and using them to your advantage. This game has so much death baiting. Like, I'm not even talking about like trolling type of things, but I'm talking about literally attacks that the devs just know that you won't be able to defend yourself against the first time you see them, because they just want you to, you know, experience the penalty that they've implemented, the penalty system, and we'll talk about it in a sec. And the death baiting starts to get lower towards the latter part of the game, which to me like confirms in my mind that, yeah, this is implemented just to like bully new players because they're very inexperienced in the mechanics. So they start to feel like panicked, right? And they start to do these things that will put them in an even worse position. So it snowballs by itself. And it's just completely silly. And you know how to overcome all these death baits that are implemented in these movesets? You mash. Like, look at, like, it's just silly, dude. Which I think is also counteractive to the base mechanics of this game. But there are some major bosses, for that matter, that encourage mashing regardless. So, hey, I guess who am I to say that it's not a core part of the game? But yeah, anyway, point being, mini bosses were terrible. The stealth encouraged to clear them, not fun. Tedious, busy work to do the successful attempt. Blah blah blah. I already mentioned the stealth being contrived. Blah blah blah. But yeah, I think basically like the early game just felt extremely uninteresting, right? And the first major boss that you're expected to fight, the horse boss, is also pretty boring. Like, it feels like a I don't know. It kind of feels like there's such a big jump between the early game of this game and then the roadblock boss Genichiro. Like, the way they position that boss in this game, it makes absolutely zero sense. People say that boss is there to teach you the game. That boss is not there to teach you the game. That boss is there to get you to quit the game. It's there to filter out people, so that people go whine on Steam to say that this game is too hard, and then other people say get good, right? That boss is there to filter people, because that boss, I know my attempt was like just I didn't have much time fighting that boss because it was one attempt to beat it, but that boss is not a good boss to put at that part of the game, in my opinion. If you want it to be coherent with the other parts of the game, there needs to be like a steady onboarding towards that. It doesn't make any sense to have the parts of the game up to that point just be one shot, one shot, one shot, and then suddenly there's a boss that like involves like all the mechanics as if you've mastered them already. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. And I love that boss, by the way. That boss is incredibly sick, and I wanted to talk more about it in this verbal review, like how much I like that boss. But honestly, after playing the rest of the game, I'm even less convinced at I'm less convinced that there was good intentions behind putting that boss at that part of the game if they expected people to go to the top of the castle immediately, which I didn't, right? And I didn't know that he was even there. I didn't know I was supposed to go there. Apparently I was told to go there, watching back the VODs, and I guess I just forgot because I don't remember everything in this game when I'm playing. But yeah, if they intend you to beat that boss as soon as you've finished like the Ashina Castle part, I think that's it's just poorly done. Like, it's, you can have a filtering boss that still is like, that isn't like just like a sudden jump and then the rest of the game is like a complete bore. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, Genichiro is such a good boss, but so poorly placed. And it's similar to like how people complained about Honglan in Wuchang, and how like that boss is also a sudden jump, but I actually don't think that boss is that much of a jump, because they literally give you the what's it called? They give you the tooltip and the weapons that you need to make that boss like pretty free just before you fight it. Like, they tell you about parries, and they tell you about or I said parries, they tell you about deflects, and they tell you about clashes. So they're basically setting the precedent that, hey, it might be fine to change weapons if you're having a hard time, right? And obviously, unlike with this game, with Honglan, if you don't beat her, you literally cannot progress. I mean, obviously, same in this game where you have to beat Genichiro eventually, but at least for this game, they literally give you 3 other areas you can go to before going back to Genichiro, which to me says even more that they knew that Genichiro was not appropriately placed at the point in the game you're supposed to fight him. FromSoft games are kind of wiki games, not blind friendly, which is I think the main explanation for why I always have a negative experience. I mean, I'm having a completely fine experience with Bloodborne so far. I mean, I want to get back to playing it, but I just can't. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. 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 We'll get back to the bosses in a second, because we'll talk more about like the bosses and the boss tier list. Let's talk more about the other mechanics. So I already mentioned combat system in this game is great, but that's because it's great in a vacuum, right? Just inherently having like an idea of where, you know, you whittle down the enemy's defenses gradually and then you get the one shot on their health bar. Like, that's brilliant, you know? And there's multiple ways to get there. You can do the parries, you can do the relentless attacking, you can use back hits and stuff, or like the double jump, which is what I learned pretty late. But those things like all culminate into a pretty cool system. But the only way the system is good is if it's used well. And unfortunately, I don't think it's used that well. At best, it's used well in the Corrupted Monk fight, the first one, the Genichiro fight, the Owl fight, and the I hate to admit it, but the mini bosses. Because for the mini bosses, if you go for vitality, you're just gonna have a really rough time, right? But then for whatever reason, they're like, oh yeah, we'll put in these bosses like Headless and Shichiman Warrior, where it's just a hard knowledge check, and forget about all of these other things that we've established as the core of the game. No. We need to have a hard knowledge check so that we filter the players that are relying on instincts and, you know, aren't consulting their friends or their wikis or whatever. Just completely baffling. And then bosses like Demon of Hatred, which don't even feel like they fit in the game. And then bosses like the final boss, where rather than focusing on the win condition, it just feels like you're just trying to survive, which I guess is narratively fitting, but it doesn't feel it doesn't feel like it's genuine, right? It doesn't feel like you're overwhelming the boss. It just feels like you're just trying to survive and defend, right? It feels like you have to play so passively for some of these bosses. And the bosses I didn't end up liking were either that, like they were either parry slop, or they were just like completely nonsense, didn't fit in this game at all, like the Headless or like Shichiman Warrior or like Demon of Hatred, or those kind of bosses. The gimmick bosses, basically. Great example of just failing a knowledge check. No. It's a great example of bad design. Dude, knowing the knowledge check does not make the boss any better. Like, maybe it's a less frustrating experience, but I feel like if anything, that exposes how poorly designed the boss is, or how poor of an integration the boss is. If I had all the knowledge checks for the playthrough, I would enjoy the game much more. Oh my goodness. Dude, that is some next level cope right there. See, that's why I wanted to play this game blind, so I can get the pure experience of the game itself within the game, and know, and like have a very like thorough and well understanding opinion, you know? So I don't have to deal with like cope opinions like that. Because I really don't think the game is good enough if you know the knowledge check. I don't really think the game is not bad. Like all these things I'm saying, you guys, it makes it seem like I think the game is bad or I didn't like it. And it's true I didn't like it, but I don't think the game is that bad. Like I think the game has merits, especially with the combat system. But there's so many things that are just like baffling, regardless of whether I had the knowledge check or not, that I'm like, man, like I don't know how this game got Game of the Year. Well, I do know, but that's a separate story. And for that matter, I talked about things that I didn't understand why they're in the game. Why is there a skill tree? Why does this game have a skill tree at all? This game does not need any of this nonsense. This is like this AAA, like, oh, look at the skill tree, apply the points. They just want to have this in the game to have another excuse to have a death penalty like that. You can prevent yourself from progressing. But then you start realizing that none of this actually matters. Like I never cared about losing skill XP. Like I kind of cared at sometimes, but I realized like how little it matters because again, it's all about the combat system at the end of the day. So these things are all just like distractions or things that allow for there to be outs, which I guess having outs is fine. There's no issue with it inherently, but I feel like if you want to have tight gameplay, you need to have focus, and these things just get in the way, especially for a person that's trying to figure out and understand, like, you know, boss patterns or just understand how to make use of the mechanics better. Like all of these things are just distractions. The combat skills, for the most part, just complete filler, I guess, for aesthetic and style. Like they don't really serve that useful of a purpose that isn't solved by just mashing the basic attack. The one that's actually good costs spirit emblems, which I think it would be fine normally, but then you have to farm the spirit emblems if you run out of them, so that's immediately thrown out the window. This ninjutsu, I never used it, I guess. I mean, there's some cool stuff here, I suppose. But never bothered. Didn't feel like that important. And then just overall I mean, just really poor distinguishing function in the moveset. If they, like, I don't know, if there was like some explicit like, oh, these deal higher posture damage inherently, or these like lifesteal, or these like recover spirit emblems or something, then I think they would be a lot better of function in the game. But they just feel like filler, basically. It's like in fighting games where you have some moves that are just combo filler and don't really serve any other purpose. KOF 13 had a lot of that. Saying what's the point of it, then saying I never used it. I didn't use it after I realized there's no point in it. I did use them quite enough to know that there was no point in them. If my words weren't precise, then I apologize. There's too much to talk about right now, so I might not be... Yeah, I might not say it in like the most eloquent way, but my point is hopefully well understood. And finally, the death penalty mechanic in this game. It could have been omitted and would change literally nothing. And the reason why I know it would change nothing is because these skill points and money barely matters anyway. Money is not really used for anything particularly substantial in this game. I guess the consumables is to push the consumables even further. There's some lore items and like some other items that are locked behind the shop or like upgrades and stuff. But I feel like they could have just removed the entire death penalty, removed the money, removed the consumables, and the game would be perfectly fine still without these things. It's just fluff. It's distractions. And the death penalty itself, oh my goodness, dude. So inherently, when you're new to this game, there's going to be a lot of trial and error. There's going to be a lot of dying, right? They know this because the way they set up the movesets early game, there's so much death baiting, right? And if you are not familiar with like the enemy's movesets, you're gonna get bunnied. You're gonna get bodied, right? So the death penalty being there, all it does is just be a barrier, a further barrier for new players, and then for experienced players, it barely matters. Like it literally no point. Like people say that, oh, it's there to make dying have consequences. The consequence is already that you have to redo the section or redo the boss. For a trial and error game, that is enough. You don't need anything more than that. And then when they have the mechanic where you have a random chance to not incur the death penalty, but then that chance decreases the more you die, like it just makes zero sense. The player that's bad gets even more negatively affected by it. And the player that's good, this is like a non-factor that barely matters and has no consequences on their playthrough whatsoever. Like, if anything, I guess they'll be happy that, you know, the occasional time that they make a mistake, they'll not lose money. But then the chance is 30%, so you're barely even going to see it happen in general. And the lower it gets, the less it's going to have an impact on you. So like, it's just a completely pointless mechanic. And the fact that you lose the money and have no method of getting it back, I think this is actually worse, the way they've implemented the death penalty mechanic. It's worse than anything in any Dark Souls game. Corpse running is better than this. Yes, I said it. Corpse running is way better. In a linear game, I think corpse running is fine, because where else is the player going to go, right? They're going to go back to the spot they were previously in, because there's literally nowhere else to go, right? For a linear game. These games are not like the most linear, I guess, but so, you know, in that regard, having corpse running in this game would have made not much sense. But the permanent loss of money on death is even worse in this game, because again, you're expected to die. It is on your first playthrough, and even like maybe in your subsequent playthroughs, it's fully expected to die. And the punishment enough is the fact that you have to redo the section or redo the boss from the last save point. I guess this is probably why they had so many save points, right? Because they wanted to feel like it was useful to implement this death penalty mechanic. But it doesn't even make sense. The only explanation you can give for it is to feel consequences for dying. You already feel the consequences of dying. You have to restart. For that final boss, do you think I was thinking at all about the money that I was losing every time I died to it? No, of course not. And just for bosses in general, you never think about that. If you really think it's an issue, you just spend all your money, and then boom, it's a non-factor right there. Like, it's just nonsensical. Nothing profound added. Counterproductive to the central idea of this game, which is to get better through trial and error, right? Through experimentation, through better understanding the mechanics, through better execution. You're expected to take deaths, and deaths are like, it's like the iron sharpens iron thing, right? But no, we have to make the player feel friction, right? Friction. There's no friction if there's no consequences, even though the consequences are already baked in to the gameplay. My goodness, dude. Do you need them for prosthetic upgrades, which you basically have none of? That's my point. You don't need prosthetics in this game, though. You literally don't. It's just another thing. It's like an extra option. You don't need them. They're not that important. And if they are important, it's very contrived. It's very forced. They just want to implement a boss that has like a knowledge check to allow for there to be an out for players that don't want to experience the trial and error as much, which is fair. By the way, again, I'm not against having outs, but these things like don't make sense in a game like this, where they've clearly built it to be like a get better at the game kind of game. But then they have these things that are just like, all right, you baby, you, we'll give you a chance if you just know the knowledge check, if you ask your friend. Like, just built to, I guess, built to generate the community engagement or whatever, right? Whatever. It's baffling. Yeah. The pacing of this game is actually pretty good, I would say. It didn't feel like any part of the game overstayed its welcome. I really did not like the Fountainhead Palace. But even that area is pretty short. Some other positives, the movement in this game is pretty good. The dodge actually being pretty low in iframes is a good thing, I think, because it lets you focus more on positioning, which I think was well implemented for this game apart from the camera nonsense. The idea of, like, you know, positioning yourself, and you can position yourself pretty quickly in this game because you're very mobile and you're very agile as a character. Implementing a jump, no jokes here at all. Like, I'm dead serious. Genius, actually genius. And not genius just because, oh, these Dark Souls games without jumping is just goofball. No, nothing like that. Genius because it added another dimension to the combat system that allowed for you to have another way to dodge. I actually kind of wish that the bosses and enemies had more jumps baked into their own movesets, or I basically I kind of wish that the bosses themselves interacted in the air a little bit more, because it did feel like whenever I jumped, there was like not really much that the boss or enemy can do about it. Like if I really wanted to, I could just jump all over them and body them. But jumps implemented in this game, not just for like the platforming and not just for the level design, but just for the combat system alone, was brilliantly done. I think that was very important for making this game feel better to play. And in general, in this game, especially I felt this during the Genichiro fight, this game's mechanics are very closely aligned with how 3D fighting games are built, where you have the third dimension to allow you to position yourself outside of attacks that would otherwise track you. But in order to make sure there's still like a streamlined degree of fairness with the nature of avoiding attacks, they allowed for there to be different attack classes, right? They made sweeps, they made thrust, and they made grabs, right? The grabs, I wasn't really feeling like, I don't think they were badly implemented, but I wasn't really feeling like they were that threatening in the game. I guess it's just a trope. If you get hit by the grab, then you're gonna get pummeled. You're gonna take a lot of damage. But because they're very easy to avoid in this game, like I feel like it's not something not something very substantial to me. Like you can outrun the grab, or you can jump over the grab in a lot of cases, or you can just dodge out of the grab. But point being, I think the jump fits very well with the combat system they implemented, and it's actually critical that it was in the game, because I do think it would have felt a lot more stale, and that's something missing from Dark Souls for sure. I would say is jumping. Would have made fights a lot more interesting. Of course, beyond the fact that there's parrying in this game, right? And then just for like the levels themselves too, I think having verticality having the jump allows for the verticality to be highlighted even better, which allows for the player to actually feel like the world is expanding rather than just it feeling like it's like it makes the immersion feel more convincing, basically. The grapple hook I thought I would dislike because it's pretty on rails, but actually it's fine. I think the main reason I think it's fine is because they actually give you a lot of ways to use the grapple points to traverse the level, which I appreciate. If it were just like only a few grapple points per spot that you needed to traverse to get through the level, then I think it would be pretty bad. But the way it's implemented, I think is fine. For the most part, grapples worked. There are a few times where you definitely get bodied by the camera, or get bodied by depth perception, and it's unclear. But I think it was fine for the most part. The parry system I think is good. I actually thought it'd be much worse than it actually was, because I'm used to people saying this is the epitome of parry slop or whatever, the quintessential parry slop. But actually, this game, I don't even think this game itself is as parry slop as some other games that were inspired by it. Like Furi was way more parry slop, where it was just literally just memorize the exact timing, and there's nothing profound about the integration of parrying with the combat system. But in this game, it's actually pretty well implemented. Again, it just goes with the fact that this game feels like a 3D fighting game in many respects. There's the idea of frame advantage as you're attacking the enemy. If they hit a parry on you, you have to be ready to avoid their attack. Or you can take the risk and decide to attack them again despite the fact that they parried you, which is very often doable with a boss like Lady Butterfly, because the way that boss works is a bit strange compared to the other bosses. But yeah, there's the frame advantage, and even if they only block you, you have to be careful sometimes because they have some fast attacks, like with the Ishin Phase 2. Even if they only block you, you still have to be ready to avoid their next attack. But this game is reasonable with allowing you to cancel your attack startup into parry, which is very important, I think, to have in the game. So yeah, the parry being very lenient window, I think, was also the right move, especially if you want to centralize the game around the parry. Very important to have it be smooth and consistent. You don't want it to feel like you're kind of rolling the dice on that one. Blocking being good as well is fantastic. I feel like a lot of games that have parries punish players for not doing the parry, but this game doesn't actually punish you for doing the parry. It makes not doing a parry a strategic element, because sometimes, even though you'd prefer parrying basically 99% of the time, there are a few times where you'd rather just have like a safe and comfortable method of defending yourself that still avoids trouble. And the block is there for that, basically. There's also some cases where you might not be able to reasonably parry everything because there's too much going on, or because, you know, you're trying to play around mix-ups, or there's like just a lot of enemies surrounding you. So having the block there, and the block actually like preventing you from taking damage, is pretty nice. Like obviously there's a cost to it because your posture buildup is much higher with blocking than parrying. But I think it's pretty well crafted in that regard. Like, this is how a block should work. Like, it should be a block. It's defense, right? It's not like, oh, just there to punish you for not parrying. Like, I feel like a lot of games just have a block as like basically a missed parry, which to me is just silly, because that's where parry slop tends to actually happen, when those things end up being the case. The dodge is actually surprisingly good in this game too. I never actually had much of an issue with it. In fact, I felt like the iframes on it were much better than I would have expected for a lot of cases. But I think there's definitely cases where they specifically designed the move to be like with the dodge in mind, so they don't make the active frames too high as long as you dodge on the right axis. But with that being said, like, I think the moves that were designed with dodge in mind were designed well accordingly, except for Demon of Hatred. Demon of Hatred is just the worst boss in the game though, so that doesn't count. Yeah, I mean, I liked those things. I think all of those tie into the combat system, though it's no surprise that I enjoyed them. The revive mechanic is interesting. It's definitely a lore tie-in, which I think is fine. I do kind of wish that the physical inventory item, I guess, whatever, you know what, whatever, it doesn't matter. The death penalty just sucks. It's just bad. But I guess whatever. Anyway, there's not much I really had to say there anyway. All right, anyway, yeah, I think I've said everything that I had in mind for this game. Overall, I did not like this game. However, I do think it is a better, I think like in just terms of like just the game functioning and the gameplay polish and the overall enjoyment, I do think this game is overall better than Dark Souls 3. But yeah, I did not like this game. And it's worth saying, and I'm dead serious, I definitely think Nine Souls is a better game than this game, which is quite surprising. Like, I'm surprised by that. I was the one kind of pre-hating Nine Souls because of how people talked about it as a Metroidvania, but I ended up liking Nine Souls a lot by the end of it. It does have issues, for sure. Nine Souls does. And a lot of the issues are present in the non-boss gameplay, and also some of the early game bosses as well. But I think the overall design philosophies for that game are much more mature than this game is. This game still unfortunately has the From Software insistence, you know, on making a frustrating experience for the player. And trust me, I don't really feel like my issue with this game, I know a lot of people tend to just jokingly dismiss skill issue, blah, blah, blah. I don't really think this game involves that much skill issues, to be honest. Because especially early game, a lot of things you can just kind of flail your way out of, you know? Which, again, I have no issue with. I think that's actually fine. But maybe it's just the community's fault. But it's clear that From Software is leaning into it, right? The pretend skill issue stuff, where it's just in reality a knowledge check, or reality it's just like you can just turn your brain off and do just fine. But things are always going to look intimidating the first time, you know? That's the nature of blind playthroughs. That's the nature of From Software's games. Whereas I feel like Nine Souls is just a way more matured game. Okay, let's do the boss tier list. But give me a moment to set that up. I think I covered everything though that I had in mind. The Genichiro fight itself, like basically the specifics about the bosses we'll talk about more during the boss tier list. But I don't want to keep the rest of the string too long because I don't want to exhaust my voice. So please be patient while I get the boss tier list ready. Okay. Ah man, I gotta flip. I probably gotta flip around the. Okay, you know what? It's fine. I'll just do this. No cam, sorry. Okay, hopefully it's visible. So, we'll just go in order of these. So, Old Dragons of the Tree. This is a gimmick boss. I guess it's a reference to Deacons of the Deep or whatever in the first phase. And the second phase is just pure gimmick. Very uninteresting boss, but I don't think it's necessarily bad. Or no, I do think it's bad actually, but it's not. I've seen worse. I've seen worse from this company, so I think it would be a C. Not really much to say. Literally, yeah, literally pure gimmick. It's kind of out of place in this game actually. I feel like the only thing of merit about this boss, I guess, is supposedly the narrative setting of it. But yeah, I think that would have been better used on a proper boss fight. So, especially for a game like this. This game is astonishing, and how little it actually makes use of its excellent combat system in like a great boss fight. Unless I just didn't fight the great bosses or something. I don't know. And I'm sure that's not the case. Anyway, next up is Demon of Hatred. This is just the de facto worst boss in the game. I mean, this boss literally has a moveset and arena and situations where no matter how well rehearsed you are in knowing its patterns and understanding how to like apply damage to this boss, you will just sometimes randomly get hit. Sometimes due to the pattern selection, sometimes due to the nature of the elevation. Like basically factors out of your control can cause you to get hit. And because this boss hits so hard and takes so long for every attempt, it makes absolutely no sense. Like even in the attempt I cleared, I almost died on phase 3. Like I still felt like I got lucky. It wasn't even like, oh, I got good or whatever. Like sure, the first 2 phases were damageless, but that actually did not matter because it all could have been over in that one moment I got hit in phase 3 due to its AI's pattern selection. Like basically what I'm describing is there are times where the boss will do the there was actually an instance where the boss did the rush attack that has the danger icon, and my camera was slightly off axis, right? So when I was trying to do the side jump, I didn't actually have enough clearance to jump over the attack and got hit by it in midair. It just doesn't make any sense. And the only reason I would have needed to do a side jump is because of the way the camera was positioned. And I thought with the way the camera was positioned, it wouldn't be able to hit me in the way it did, but it sure did. And behind me was the wall, so no surprises there. Just also the fact the fact that there are several times during the boss where you have to run away from it in order to dodge it, and running away is just inherently like running away in a game like this just makes very little sense in a game that's supposed to be all about like close quarters, intense combat, right? Sword combat. Like this boss forces you to run away. For one of its attacks, it even forces you to unlock the camera to dodge it cleanly and consistently. Like I'm sure there's other ways to dodge it, but the clear dodge that they expect you to do to me is to run away from it, which you can only do by unlocking the camera, to avoid the fire explosion, and then in order to avoid the dust thing and still close in on the boss quickly enough afterwards, you have to do the grapple, right? The grapple gives iframes. But basically, during the entirety of that attack, you cannot do damage to the boss at all. And for that matter, like I know supposedly there was a knowledge check I missed, but that's what makes this boss even more nonsensical. They really decided to make a late game boss a knowledge check where if you don't know the knowledge check or if you don't have the means of being able to use it, then the boss takes 7+ minutes to get a good attempt into phase 3. Otherwise, you just have to deal with like a completely laborious. And that 7+ minute attempt is if you're like good at the boss, because it takes forever to whittle down its HP bar. Posture is just not viable if you're using this method I used. You have to whittle down its HP bar. And the damage I was dealing was with what? 6 prayer beads? I think 6 prayer beads, I believe. I don't want to know how much damage you would deal with like minimal prayer beads. And the prayer beads I had were from fighting several mini bosses in the game. Obviously, there are several I did not do on purpose because I thought they were just bad. Or they're in a bad area. There was actually a lot of mini bosses that were bad that I still did because I just wanted to get it over with. Anyway, this boss is just horrible. It doesn't even fit in the game. Even if you think this boss is fine, it doesn't even fit in the game. It discards all that this game is about and instead compels you to play like in the boring old dodge slop soul style. It's just completely baffling. You take chip damage when you parry its fire attacks, like come on, dude. And it still builds a burn. So if you decide that you're going to be smart and, you know, build up its posture bar with the parry, no. You're punished for it because you have to deal with the burn status up or a burn build up, and you have to deal with the chip damage. And the chip damage puts you in range to be one shot by its other attacks, which again can hit you without really much counterplay. Like it's not always in your control because of the nature of this, the jankness of this boss, with the camera, with the elevation, with the patterns that are produced at certain spacings. Like I still did not feel comfortable with the dodge that against the attack where it did like the fire spread in a line. Like the only thing I could really figure out to do was to like run backward a little bit to get some space and then dodge backward, which is just completely silly as well. Because then you have to manually run towards it in order to get back into the boss. It's just a boss. It's a boss that just fundamentally works against all the stuff that's in the game. And sure, it's fine to have one such boss on occasion. But a boss like that being a late game boss that is also very tedious to clear is just incredibly silly. Oh, I'm sure most of them are optional, and that's why I'm complaining about them. Why are they even in the game? And of course, I have no way of knowing that as well. I can only really know that they're optional after the fact. Like, I guess you can say, oh, I can see that there's another path that's available, right? But as we saw with Genichiro, there were 3 other paths available. And there were 3 other paths and all of them I full cleared before I even knew that there was a Genichiro boss fight. So it just falls apart regardless. It just falls apart. And like I get what you're saying with the game being better with knowledge, but I don't think the core of the game, like the core, the you know, I don't think the game overall is good enough for me to overlook the issues I had during my playthrough, which are formed from my experience. Like the opinions I'm having right now are formed from my experience and not some hopeful dream of what I want this game to be. I wanted to like this game. I tried. It wasn't like I was coming into this game with like utter hate from the start. I wanted to like this game, especially after playing Nine Souls, right? Because Nine Souls is inspired by this game. But yet again, I'm played the fool. All right. Anyway, this boss is bad. I guess the positive about this boss is there's no run back, so nice. Congrats. I guess I didn't mention that during the Verpa review, but good stuff from Software for trimming away the runbacks for the most part, but then they still had the runbacks for like the worst parts, the worst encounters in the game, which were the mini bosses surrounded by 50 billion enemies. They haven't fully learned their lesson. But oh well, it's progress. Great Shinobi. I like this boss. I liked it. I think it's an A tier. The issue I had with this boss, how to say it? Okay, the thing about this boss's patterns, there are definitely some like visually appearing mix-ups with this boss, but I think the more time you get on this boss, the more you realize there's actually not mix-ups, and the strings are all pretty canned, which is something I started noticing later on. And when it seems like it's a mix-up, but then it ends up being like playable, I think that's when, you know, the process of discovery becomes like the proper level of satisfaction. Because yeah, I mean, this boss was fun to play around. I thought, at least. I didn't like the sealing away your flask thing, the little gimmicky. I think the poison cloud, honestly, that's fine. There's no issue with that, in my personal opinion. I mean, it's like, you know, ninjas can use smoke clouds, so I guess it makes reasonable sense. But sealing away your flask, I think, is a little goofy. I also didn't like that this boss just decides to backstep a lot of times. Just, I think bosses in From Software games in general, where you have to chase after them, you have to spend valuable time that could be spent on like combat or like other things to chase after them. And the chasing after them thing exposes you rather than them. Like if they do a backdash and you're ready for it, you should be able to punish it. But in this game, it felt like whenever there's a boss that like backsteps, like makes a big leap backwards, it felt like I was always the one exposing myself to try to chase after them and get back into the combat. Because, you know, of course, if you dodge, then there's a little bit of recovery, right? So you can't parry during that. You can't jump during that, blah, blah, blah. And if you try to do the dodge counterattack, it's pretty slow compared to the normal attack. So you expose yourself in that regard even more. So that's the one thing I didn't like about this boss, or like I guess a couple things. But I think the patterns are at least pretty cool. And thematically, he's definitely important. He's towering, you know. He's a looming presence. He's an important turning point in the game narratively. That's pretty cool. Gobu Oniwa. This boss is whatever. I mean, I guess it's like, it's just boring. It's not even that bad. It's just boring. It's an early game boss, so I guess they don't like. I guess this is part of why I'm a little disappointed with the jump between the jump between like the sections of early game and then Genichiro. This is part of the reason for that disappointment. Like this boss is just extremely basic. It even has some gimmicks with the grapple pool to get some hits on it, and it's a little bit deceiving in how big the arena is, because you're basically, for this boss fight, you're just slashing it over and over and then parrying it when it occasionally attacks, and then that's how you're supposed to kill it. Eventually it dies. Just an uninteresting early game boss. Saint Ishin. Is that the boss I fought? I I thought it had a different name, but I guess it is. What? Ishin Ashina? Wait, what? What? Inner Ish. Okay, it's probably just this. This boss is kind of whatever. The issue I had with this boss is that it doesn't feel like it puts itself in like a. It doesn't ground itself well into the combat system, in my opinion. Like, for this boss, they kind of want you to play cautiously, but then they also kind of want you to play aggressively, so you interrupt the attacks, especially in phase 1. But then they also kind of want to make sure that you still are mobile and position yourself well, because there are certain situations where, you know, due to elevation, the attack will whiff, so then the next attack gets obscured, things like that. Like, it doesn't feel like this boss grounds itself, and that's just like partially unpolished. Partially, I don't think the moves are the best designed, because there's no actual mix-ups with this boss. It's all just like pure like pattern memo, and not just pattern memo, but like hopeful ability to deal with the pattern memo, because there are some cases where you can't possibly know the first attack it'll do in the string. Like, there's 2 attacks it can do pretty quickly, like the one knife attack in front of you, and then like the kind of double strike, and the attacks that come after it are pretty varying in their timing as well, and that's in phase 2. Yeah, so this boss, it didn't feel the satisfaction was with being done with the game and not with overcoming the boss, because I think this boss is like too much pattern memo, and because it's too much pattern memo, it kind of discards the mechanics a little bit, in my opinion. Like, obviously the mechanics are still present, because you have to like know to dodge and jump and parry, blah blah blah, but it feels a little too, yeah, I don't know. I think phase 1 is actually fine, because it fits more with what the game is just overall. I mean, it's obviously also a phase you can just fly through if you manage to maintain your aggression, but I think that's like fine. I think that's also like a good thing, because phase 1 can go extremely poorly if you don't sustain if you don't maintain a sustained offense, or if you slip up on your opportunities to attack and stuff like that. Whereas like phase 2 and 3 just feel like pattern memorization garbage, which makes sense, because, you know, that's how you kind of make it feel like it's a final boss, because, you know, it pads out the time. It makes the player take a longer time to clear it, right? They have to memorize the stuff they're dealing with. But that's pretty much why I didn't like it. Otherwise it would have been much higher. Ishin Ashina. I guess I didn't fight. I don't remember fighting a guy named Ishin Ashina, so I guess we won't rank him. Guardian Ape. Okay, I guess. Phase 2, for how much of like a scare, and how much they kind of bait you into thinking the fight's over after phase 1. Phase 2 ends up just being very simple, and in some ways kind of annoying too. Well, actually phase 1's a little bit more annoying, but that's when like the boss like decides to just jump away. I feel like the threat about phase 2 is the scare rather than like the actual moveset. So because of that, it ends up just feeling like a slog to get through this boss, and that's what brings it down for me, because it's not a bad boss per se, moveset wise. It's pretty cool, but I don't think it ends up being fun, because the attempts take quite a while. Even once you know what the boss does, the attempts take quite a while, and then the phase 2 doesn't end up being like that. Like, it doesn't end up being that intense, you know. for how much of like a, you know, a surprise that's supposed to be or whatever. But anyway, when you surprise so much, like eventually it's not a surprise, right? Okay, Headless Ape. So I guess that's just phase 2 of Guardian Ape. Like, yeah, I mean, nothing more to say. True Monk. I guess this would be Corrupted Monk 2. I think this boss was worse than Corrupted Monk. This boss is just parry slop with a party game. It's parry slop with a couple gimmicks. I think it's actually less interesting than the first one. And I'll talk about the first one so we can understand why. The first Corrupted Monk, I think, is actually one of the best bosses. The thing I like about this boss is it actually involves like a wonderful synthesis of all the mechanics in this game without being like overly long. Like this boss isn't like quote unquote tough because, you know, because it's long, where it becomes endurance, right? Like with a Hatred Demon or with Saint Ishin. It's tough because you have to like figure out how to overcome the initial hurdle of its quickly recovering posture bar. And then obviously along with that, you have to know how to deal with the patterns, but that's like a separate thing. Yeah, once I understood that, you know, applying damage to it, to its vitality bar to like ensure that the posture bar doesn't recover as quickly becomes like another, like allows for the posture buildup to be the actual win condition. Because initially it looks insurmountable, right? But then once you start applying damage to its back, and once you start actually properly punishing the attacks such that it doesn't just parry everything, then you start to understand how to make this boss a win condition. Or have a win condition for this boss. Yeah. But basically, I think this boss was well designed, especially with the combat mechanics in this game in mind. This boss is a pretty solid culmination. Now, if there's a gimmick that I didn't use, well, that's just From Software being the kind of developer I would expect them to be. But for what I had seen, that was pretty great. One thing I'll note too is that, yeah, attacking from behind doesn't seem to be able to parry it as easily, parry attacks as easily. Whereas if you attack it in the front, it seems to parry everything for the most part. So you can't apply vitality damage. The patterns themselves, I don't think were too sophisticated, but it's definitely necessary to know them to be able to defeat the boss. Since it'll take about that long to be able to get his posture bar down or up, but yeah. Oh, this is separate from Divine Dragon. Interesting. Okay, well, this one is just bad then. This one goes down there, and then Divine Dragon is just like this. This one is boring, gimmick. This one is pure gimmick, but I guess has like the cinematic element a little bit better. But they're both pretty bad. All right, Genichiro. So this is the. I'm assuming this is the one where we fight him at the top after we beat the guy that's armored. Pretty cool. Much cooler than the version of Genichiro you fight at the very end of the game, that's for sure. Dude, like, he's just sick. He's just sick. And he has the lightning attacks, too. It's awesome. Thought his strings were actually fairly reasonable. I mean, it's surprising how reasonable the strings are compared to the first Genichiro. But he still has the lightning threat that puts you on edge a little bit. I would still put him lower than the first one. But yeah, pretty solid. I guess I didn't fight this one. What in the world is this? Okay, I didn't fight it. Lady Butterfly. This boss is kind of whatever. It's salvaged by the fact that it can be button mash, but it's otherwise pretty uninteresting. Phase 2 has the gimmick going on with like the enemies that you have to. Well, you literally said that to a Ross. Said what? Inner bosses are alternate versions of the bosses in the gauntlet. Oh, okay. Got it. Worth doing. I'll pass for now. Retrograde, what did you literally say? Yeah, Lady Butterfly is saved by the fact that you can kind of button mash to make her kind of jailed. Because otherwise she just like flies around all over the place and she's annoying. And then phase 2, she has the gimmick with the enemies, but it looks like you can just run around to avoid the projectiles. So it's just not like that fun of a boss, but I didn't hate it per se. Oh, I mean, absolutely, 100%. Dude, the one that you fight before Ishin doesn't really feel like it's well placed, appropriately placed. Why is it even... It's there. Dude, the first Genichiro, or the Genichiro you fight just before Ishin, the final boss, is like the run back, dude. It's there to just pad out the time it takes to clear the final boss. Like, why is it even there? It's not even... Dude, the Genichiro... The same way of Tomoe Genichiro that you fight after the first Genichiro fight is better. It's just better. Because there's more move patterns. Or I guess more interesting move patterns. Like for that context at least. Yeah, I agree. Like, dude, the one before Ishin just like actually feels like a run back. And I didn't want to say it in the moment because I was trying to focus and not be too tilted, but it literally just felt like a run back. And then of course if you get hit in that fight and you die, like I didn't even bother trying to use a revive on it. There's no point. You need to get past that fight without using any revives. Even better if you don't use flask, but sometimes that can't be helped. They're the same boss. He just does Mortal Blade instead of Lightning. That's what I'm saying, though, dude. The Mortal Blade is the uninteresting... Why did they replace the Mortal Blade, a very relatively uninteresting attack visually, with the Lightning? The Lightning's way cooler, dude. He just feels weaker at the end of the game. Anyway, yeah. All right. Genichiro Way of Tomoe. Wait, which one was Way of... I think Way of Tomoe was the top of the... Oh, wait. Ugh, I'm mixing it up now. Which one was the... Oh, no, this... Okay, no, never mind. I got it right. Okay, this one is just like C tier. Because Ishin already does lightning, so it's variety. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is just boring. This is literally just a run back. It feels like it doesn't belong at the end of the game. Yeah, I mean, he's so interruptible. He doesn't really have any new patterns except for the Mortal Blade, and the Mortal Blade pattern is like very, like, basically only one pattern. It's very one-dimensional. Doesn't do enough to differentiate himself from the first time that you fight the Way of Tomoe version, given that it's at the end of the game. Like, I get it, he's probably weaker by that point, but they should have tried to distinguish it a little bit, or just not have had them as a fight in the first place. Like, yeah, just unfortunate. All right, the folding screen monkeys. I mean, I don't hate this boss, but it's a gimmick, and you get stumped by it only once. Gimmicks like this make future, like, subsequent playthroughs after the first one. This kind of thing just makes subsequent playthroughs worse. So I feel like I can't evaluate it that high given that. Yeah, I mean, I guess the design of the puzzle, or whatever you want to call it, they definitely put some effort into it, but again, it's just a gimmick, right? And it's not even a gimmick that ties in to, like, the mechanics of the game. So I feel like if you're gonna do that, you got to do it in a way that's, like, deceptively a cutscene rather than, like, it being like actual gameplay, which I know is kind of a shame to say, but it just doesn't fit very well in a game like this, in my opinion. I see the appeal, but again, I feel like it's just kind of a formality in a future playthrough. It's not the exciting part of the game you're looking forward to when you do the second and third playthrough, right? And since it's a gimmick, okay, here's where I think this boss is interesting in the speedrun, but I think that's a bad thing, because the speedrunners are probably super annoyed with the nature of this boss if they don't have a setup for it, right? To quickly get rid of the monkeys. This, if anything, is like a run killer in the speedrun context. But yeah. And that invisible monkey, I think they pretty cleverly indicated its nature. And they didn't implement, like, just a basic, like, you know, oh, it follows behind you. They made sure it follows behind you on a delay, which I think is definitely pretty clever. Yeah, like, I think it, like, the reason why I wouldn't consider this to be that bad is it's pretty much as good as a gimmick boss can get. So yeah, and all that, and I still put it in C, so that goes to show. Like, think about it this way: in an action game with a great combat system like this game, Holding Screen Monkeys takes up a boss slot that could have been used by any good, interesting boss that lets it make a mark in people's minds for this game, right? Given how bland the normal sections are, you really need some relief in the bosses. They need to be a palate cleanser. And unfortunately, this boss is just not it. All right, Genichiro Ashina. I think this is the boss that showcases the merits of this game's combat mechanics in the best possible way. This boss has felt truly like a 3D fighting game. The way this boss moves around the arena made it feel like it made great use of the real estate, and it's not just like, you know, because sometimes boss in this games can feel like you're just doing like a close quarters combat the whole time, and it's not really making use of the arena space, which is not inherently bad. But this boss makes you feel that space, and it feels like you're playing on like a 3D fighting game stage, you know, the top of the castle. He has great patterns that are like really thematic, and the strings for them are not pure pattern memo, but they feel like they can be adequately played around, and you have a window of defending yourself in a safe manner if you happen to miss the parry. The countermeasures are clear for different sorts of attacks it does, like with the sweep, with the grab. In fact, the grab... Wait, was this the boss of the grab, or am I thinking of the other Genichiro? There was a boss of the grab, and you could just like run to avoid the grab rather than having the jump. But having both options allowed you to apply the measures differently based on whether you're in a tight position against the wall or something. Yeah, and the boss is just cool. The boss is just cool. It's too bad I didn't get to see it that much, because I was too strong. My character was too overpowered. But it's a cool thematic boss, and I think it showcases the merits of this game's combat system the most. Again, had this boss been appropriately placed in the game, I think it would have made it a lot more easily appreciable. Because basically allowing the player to like travel through basically three areas before they can fight this boss just degrades the potential qualities it can have, and also placing it as the roadblock with basically little runway is how we'll call it, I think is questionable at best. Like they didn't set this boss up enough to be as good as it could have been. But I do think it is the best this game has. So what else can we really say about that? Emma well, she's a boss, really? Wow. Okay. I guess I didn't fight her. I don't know how that would have been able to happen, but that would have been interesting. How do you even fight foster father? What? Isn't that Owl? It looks like Owl to me. So how do you fight foster father? I'm curious how you fight these bosses. I mean, you already told me Inner is a Gauntlet exclusive. So how do you fight Ishin and foster father and Emma? Owl in the past, Hirata Estate Part 2. So did I just miss it? Go back to the Lady Butterfly. Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, I did not do that, I guess. When would you have to go back in order to fight him? Because, you know, I never went back after I fought Lady Butterfly. Emma and Ishin are part of the bad ending. Oh, so I didn't get the bad ending? I guess I never knew what ending I got. I got the Immortal Severance ending. Was that that looks pretty bad to me. Because we had to kill Kuro. So what's the bad ending then? Accessing Hirata Estate Part 2 is super easy to miss. It's actually wiki gaming. You have to do a bunch of dialogue to unlock it. Bruh. This is the type of nonsense I'm talking about, dude. I never got that kite to get the fruit that lady was talking about either, so I knew that I was already kind of toast for that. Oh well. Not that I really cared anyway. Immortal Severance is the neutral good true ending depending on what you give to Kuro. You betray the kid for the bad ending. Oh, so that's where like you like follow the iron code or whatever when you talk to Owl. See, dude, I knew that's where the consequential choice would have been. If I were playing this on my own, which would never happen anyway. But you know, if I were playing on my own, I would have made a backup save there. Or State Kuro is bad ending. Okay. The kite is for a true ending. The fruit she was talking about. Yeah, see, dude. I knew it. So how did you get the kite then? Because apparently it wasn't in the part I thought it would be. Because dude, when I heard that guy say kite, I'm like, yo, that was kind of the whole reason I did Demon of Hatred, because I thought he would give the kite. It would make logical sense based on the dialogue, but I guess logic does not apply in these games. Puppeteer Ninjutsu. Oh, okay. I do remember that. I did see it in my adventures. So what do you do with Puppeteer Ninjutsu? Oh, you know what? So, okay, I know what you do with it. So there was the monkey, right? You were talking to, so the lady was talking about the snake, and that's where the dried fruit was. I'm guessing you use the puppeteer ninjutsu on the monkey. But I skipped that because the game just works. I was trying to trial and error it, and then I ended up getting past the snake anyway. You use it on an enemy in Senpo Temple when he flies the kite for you, then you use it to get the other fruit for trending. Bruh. Well, I was on the trail, but then I never... Dude, the person just said get the kite. Like, I don't know. I think the problem was that I did that section already. So whatever spot I would have needed to use the puppeteer ninjutsu on for the kite, I wouldn't have remembered. Because how are you supposed to know? Frafra got the true ending blind, by the way. I'm not surprised. Frafra is a gamer, dude. He can do these things. Not surprised at all. I don't know if I would have wanted to do the true ending, even if I got the means to do it. Was that the only MacGuffin I was missing for the true ending? Got both fruits and did all the dialogue sequences? Yeah, he's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. Notice a bunch of dialogue. Too bad. All right, yeah. This is my boss tier list. I mean, yeah, I think this illustrates what I was talking about, where the you know, the heights of this game are excellent, but the combat system is not used in a it's not consistently used well for me to be convinced that this game is top notch. Did you join into post Sekiro clarity? Hey, what's up, Gelman? Yeah, I gave a lengthened presentation of my thoughts on this game already. I'll put timestamps up after it processes, so feel free to watch back. But we just finished the boss tier list as well. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, this game just, I don't like it. Yeah, just in terms of polish, it's definitely better than the other From Software stuff I've played, but I don't think that's necessarily a high bar. And yeah, this is not the kind of game I would play again. If anything, this makes me want to try to finish Bloodborne to see if I still like it as the game goes on. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, as well, because this game was so successful, I doubt they'd want to do a sequel that actually tries to improve on these things I mentioned, because they probably don't even see them as issues. The game was successful, right? So why change what worked? And they never really do need to change these things anyway, because people will eat it up regardless. All right. Thanks for watching, everyone. That's going to be all. The next blind playthrough is undetermined. I'm going to be focused on speedruns for quite a while on this stream. So, keep that in mind. It's not that blind playthroughs will be suspended. It's just that I need to focus on speedruns for a bit. The upcoming GDQ back-to-back marathon, and then thinking forward towards SGDQ submissions as well. Don't forget that I'm running in back to black next month, and you can check the marathon schedule from the link that the bot gives. Catch you all next time. Take care of yourselves. Thanks everyone for hanging out during the playthrough. Hope to see you all for the next one.